Hello everybody, my name is Sky. I'm your friendly neighborhood autistic person full of random useless facts, and today we're getting back into Jurassic World Evolution 3. I woke up this night, because I wake up at night, feeling very, very sickly and crappy, and just blah, one of those days. Had a headache and everything. Took a bit of medicine. I'm feeling a little bit better. I'm at least feeling well enough to stream this, because I don't know if, I definitely not mentally take going through little nightmares and being jump scared. My brain hurts. It's one of those headaches that's like in the folds of your brain. Not like, most headaches you can feel them on your skull. This one's not on my skull, it's like in my head. So, yeah, hang on, let me check real quick to make sure my stream is working properly. It is, but I need to move y'all over to my lap because I am not speaking loudly enough to be heard over the music correctly. Second, you're caught up on the PC. Alright, there you go. Everybody nice and snug? Alright. When we finished off yesterday... Hello? Where is my game? Oh, right, I gotta turn this off. It is turned off. Oh, right, I gotta go over here. Then turn it off? There we go. Hello, Steven. Welcome in, welcome in. You streamed a long time yesterday? Yeah, I did. I had a lot of fun, though. I have zero regrets streaming that long. I also timestamped that 10-hour video. Almost 11-hour video. We were so close to 11 hours. But I had a lot of fun. So much fun that I have no issues that even though I don't feel the greatest, I definitely have enough energy that I can do this and do some more building and stuff. So, let's do a recap. This isn't my island. Also, I don't know why the controller keeps saying it's disconnecting when I'm like, it just said it disconnected and I wasn't even moving. I was just holding it in the air. Put me back to the main menu. What is this? Did I load into the campaign or something? No, I don't think so. Load your campaign autosave. No. Mild heart attack. I was like, don't tell me that my island just disappeared. Though I do already have some plans for the next island, but I'm not ready to start on that yet. We're very close to finishing this one, and I'm pretty proud of that. I really hope it saved all the stuff we did yesterday. suddenly worried. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm happy to have you all here and I hope you're all doing well. Thank you so very much for joining. You can control the babies and stuff. Like, control them, like, actually, like, be the babies and walk around as the babies, or control them as in, like, you can call them to you. I'm okay with either. Okay, so, this is definitely our island. Looks like it saved everything. Yep. Alright. So, what we built in yesterday's almost 11-hour stream was this aviary dome, which we filled up to the brim. We built this lagoon, which we also filled up to the brim, and I got this little, like, waterfall thing coming off of it, so it looks like the lagoon's draining into the ocean. We built this all hadrosaur exhibit, where it is every species of hadrosaur possible, and they have went absolutely rampant in here. Everybody has had multiple batches of eggs. There's babies running everywhere. Some of the babies have already grown up. And there's literally nowhere you can go in the Hadrosaur exhibit on the Gyrosphere tour where you won't see a Hadrosaur of some kind. Honestly, that and the waterfall probably makes it my favorite of the build so far. We also built this multi-herbivore family exhibit, so we have all chicken-like dinosaurs in this section. We have all of the stegosaur-like dinos in this section, all the spiky dinos, all the armored tank dinos in this one, and then all of the Pachysaurus dinosaurs, which are the little headbutters. And we also built this lagoon for the Mosasaurus. We have 4 of them in here. And this is all that we have left to fill in for this island. I was thinking it through yesterday, like what exactly I wanted to do with this space. Did I want to do another large enclosure space with multiple dinos in it? But I think instead I want to take what's left of this little bit of space and I'm going to put quote-unquote like special dinos. Dinos that like I'm very interested in personally. I just think that they look super cool and they would have a lot of appeal, and have them set around here in their own little special enclosures. We also, of course, have to remember that we need to, what we're going to be working on today when we first get started, is working on decorating and filling in all of this space around the enclosures that we built. So we need to add attractions, restrooms, shelters, all that fun stuff, add in plants and things like that to help decorate, liven the place up, and then we can continue pushing out and building more enclosures. It'll be easier to fill everything in that way. I will say, however, I did decide last night, I was thinking this through, of did I want to do another balloon tour? Because I already have this one balloon tour over here. And let me show you the track for it. It's this little blue line right here. It might be a bit hard to see, but I'll take you around it. It goes all the way around, and it pretty much covers this one front half of the park. And I was thinking, why not just make a second one that's like right over here and goes around the second half of the park? So if you joined the last stream, you know that the way that I personally like to get started before I get into my building on a game like this, Zoo Tycoon, Planet Zoo, Jurassic World Evolution, is I usually sit down in one of my tour rides and I ride it around and I just watch everything and I sit there and I think through what am I going to do once I get locked in and building. And we're going to do the same thing today, but we'll do it with the new balloon tour. We'll go ahead and we'll put the new balloon tour down and get it tracked up and running, and we'll ride it while we start mentally preparing what all we're going to do. I think that's a lovely idea. I'm going to set it right about here. Boop. Y'all, I talked about this in the last stream, and there was definitely plenty of examples of this, of where it'll say terrain constraints, and it won't let you build it, but if you just keep tapping it and moving the camera up and down, or side to side, it will place it, because it doesn't actually have a terrain constraint. It's something involving the placement and the camera has an issue somewhere there. Why does it always reset my pathways to small? Give me large pathways always, only. Let's edit the tour route. Start it right here. And then we go. Can this go over the aviary? It probably can. Yeah, it can. That's sick. Nice. Oh, maybe if they go off at certain times, they'll actually be able to pass each other. That'd be super cool, too. Make sure we pass it right through the middle of this one. And then we're going to go ahead, because the air balloon track is up in the air, like you're just laying down the track on the ground, so that way you can see where it's going to go. But the actual track is in the air. It does not affect anything on the ground, so you can place it wherever you want. Don't worry about it. So we're going to make sure that we just think through, like we're going to build enclosures here and here and here. And let's just go ahead and we'll go through the lagoon to end it off. And finally... Oh. Alright, let me double check real quick on that dead dinosaur, though I'm fairly certain in the time it'll take us to get through the hot air balloon ride. We might not even be able to ride the whole thing because of how long the hot air balloon rides are. They are pretty long because they're slow. But I want to make sure, we're going to have plenty more of the animals that are elderly die off, but I want to make sure that this one's already been picked up. Yes. Make sure it's nobody else. Alright, we're good. Let's ride the new ride! Oh, and I wanted to make the balloon a different balloon. You get two balloon options, the Jurassic Park and the Jurassic World. I want to ride the park tour. I don't know what the specifications for riding the park tour is. Maybe it's just that people have to be actively on it. I'm not sure. I want to ride... There it is. I think it is if people have to be actively on it. Let's go! Bro, I did not want to see that much. Damn. Look at all those hadrosaurs. Gosh, there are so many. I really did not take into account how many there would be. Well, at least I was correct in the fact that I didn't make the enclosure too big. Small positives. And if you're concerned, they're not running in panic. There's a I was going to say a very large difference, but it's actually quite mild, the difference between running in panic versus running around because they're having fun. And they're running around playing because the babies run around to play, so the parents are just running around with them. It's actually really sweet to see all the interactions that the babies can have with their adults. wasn't somebody from the aviary. Or maybe it was somebody from the aviary, now somebody else has died in the lagoon. And that, unfortunately, over there looks like our last Pyroraptor died, but to be fair, that was to be expected. That was coming. I will say, so far, this track layout, it's looking very, very good. I'm very curious to see what it looks like going over the aviary in particular. Look at him go! Wow, that is so pretty. Yeah, bring back the Hadrosaurs. Looks like they're all finishing their runaround spurts. Seeing naps, some grooming behavior in the back. I could probably watch the Hadrosaurs for hours. No shame in my game. The lagoon looks really pretty, but all the lagoon creatures are a bit too small to be properly seen from the air. The Megalodons look better on their tour. Aviary's looking good. You can see everybody. The Quetzals, obviously, you can see the easiest because of their size, but when you actually take the time to look, you can see all the smaller ones as well. So that ended up working out. This is such a weird clipping thing. Devs, please. To be fair, this is probably my spot right here, because there's nobody in it. Welcome in, Mugman. Can I tell you dino facts? Of course. I fucking love dino facts. Welcome in, Far Harbor Marine. Shoot, OBS. You good? Error? What do you mean? It says error, YouTube not responding. The stream's still going. It's dropped in quality a bit, but it's still going. No, it went away. Now it's saying it's excellent. Well, we didn't lose the stream. I guess that's all that matters. If I was streaming directly off of the PlayStation, I probably would have crashed it. Whatever that was. Did you know that the Tyrannosaurus Rex has a 12,000 psi bite force? I actually did know that one. I like dinosaurs. Oh, sick. You can see the glowing Stega Triceratosaur thing. The mutation creature. The abomination. You can see it's glowing from all the way up here. That's really nice. Alright, well, everything seems to be running beautifully fine. We should get to work.
Drone task assigned.
are pleased to welcome an Allura Titan to the park.
That's depressing.
Acknowledging asset collection request. Task received. Asset transportation in progress.
We're both busy people, so let me be direct. I have a task I'd like completing, and I think you're the one for the job.
Delivery complete. Collecting asset. No problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Pyroraptor to the park.
Asset has been collected.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Chunkinosaurus to the park.
My Diplos are still docking.
We are pleased to welcome a Pyroraptor to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Diplodocus to the park.
Asset being transported. Asset collection request received.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome
Asset
a
delivery
Microceratus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Pyroraptor to the park.
Asset being transported. Asset transportation complete.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Pyroraptor to the park.
Asset has been collected. transportation
Ladies and
complete.
gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Gallimimus to the park.
Alright, I can't lie, the bioluminescence is pretty sick. I mean, I wouldn't want to come across that in the night.
Out the drone.
I just realized that Chicken turned the sound off whenever she walked across the sound bar earlier. I've just been sitting here in silence. Alright, I think that's a pretty good setup for now. We got some amenities, we have restrooms, all that's done. We threw down flowers and environmental stuff to decorate. Now to work with this. First things first, I should figure out exactly what kind of dinosaurs I want to be putting back there. Let's head over to the hatchery, and I'm just gonna scroll through, and whatever catches my eye, then I'm like, yeah, that's pretty sick, I want that. We'll look about adding them in.
A Trosseraptor. Dilophosaurus. Proceratosaurus. Chondrosaurus.
Domination!
Therizinosaurus. Eutyrannus.
Okay, I really like the Eutyrannus. Whatever this thingy is, super sick. So one of those. I do want to do one of the long necks. I'm actually going to take the time and go through the long necks and see. I want the biggest long neck specifically. So one excessively large long neck. I really like the Dilophosaurus. Super cool little dudes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me see what size we're looking at here, because we'll definitely need to do a larger size for the long neck. We can put the Dilos in here, because that's a bit of a small space. utes in here. We'll start with the 4 and we'll go from there. We'll do the... Oh, actually, I forgot about the little guys. The little guys could also go over there. Maybe we'll do the little guys first. The little bird raptor creature thing that was. I need the hatchery bay back. Yeah, we'll put the dinos back there because they're much smaller. So let's go ahead and we'll set up a enclosure for them. Little hissy lizards. Hello, Donna. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I made a waterfall and a T-Rex enclosure, but do I add a cave? Good question. I will say something I've noticed: if you intend to add a nest into the enclosure, the nests fit pretty snugly into the caves from the scenery blueprints. So you could totally actually do that and then snuggle the nest in there and have it be like an actual cave that they can nest in. That'd be super sick. I like caves. I do little like small open space caves where they can just get out from underneath the weather here and there. I think they're neat. Speaking of, I think we got this enclosure set up, so let's go ahead and get some dinos in. Let's set this up with additional bays and accelerated growth. And then we'll find our little whatever the hell they're called. What are they called again? Give me the thing.
Therizinosaurus.
Therizinosaurus. There it is. Alrighty then. I tried to make the aviary a bat cave, but you can't look in the aviary yet then. Still very clever design idea. I think that's neat. We're only getting one out of this batch. I'm going to go ahead and let this synthesize, but I have a feeling that they're going to be an aggressive type of dino. So we might have to do multiple. Oh, skittish. Either way, still a negative trait that we're going to have to make multiple incubations for in order to get around. And that was our last Velociraptor. Velociraptor 1 made it to the very end. Damn. I think I'll do the echo coloration. There's only 2 male colorations that I've already done. Yeah, like little opposites, so we'll do that. And then we will do a Charlie. Alrighty. Got them done. Ah, right, this got me. Gonna need to do more of these guys. Oh, scrolling. Can I just... Key? No? Okay. I call the theory the sleigh dino or the sassy dino. Yeah, it definitely gives off sleigh vibes. Every time I scrolled past it, I was just like, gosh, it looks so interesting. I do want to have that in my park, I think. Alright, hopefully out of these 4, one of them, or 2 of them will be good.
Synthesis for incubation person by.
That's unfortunate. They might be like the Indoraptors that always have the aggressive trait no matter what. You can't breed it out of them. They might be permanently skittish. I'm going to do a 5 batch, let it run. We'll set up the Velociraptors. Oh, that was not the correct dino.
Synthesis procedure.
Alright, Velociraptors, 2 of each.
Using a drone.
Whenever I have a waterfall, I give it a rock texture and add plants and rocks on to climb up the waterfall. Yeah, I definitely want to get into that point of manually adding some decoration around the waterfall for here, I feel like. But at the same time, I don't know, this place is a mess. The hadrosaurs have gone absolutely wild. Hey! Okay, so we can get away from the skittish trait. Oh, goody. I bet none of them have it. Oh, this one does. And that one does. Okay. But we are able to get rid of the skittish trait, so that's good. We just need to incubate correctly. So let's get this one going, female begin, and this one going, male begin. And then let's set up our next color. I'm gonna do 4 of them, see how that looks. They're cool with being alone, but they're cool with having others too. So neat. Kind of like that red. Oh man, I should have done the lithobates with this color instead. Well, we'll know for next time. Kind of like this, with the little yellow dots in between. We'll do that one. Let me see what I can do color-wise with this. Ooh, that's very pretty. Yes. Okay. Stop skipping me around. No, not the Synthesaurus. Again.
Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation personnel, please stand by.
En route to pick up the asset.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a velociraptor to the park. Incubation complete.
The Therizinosaurus may be an herbivore, but you could have fooled me looking at those claws. Either way, this dinosaur's unique physiology gives it a real presence, and presence always draws in a crowd. Glad to have this one on site.
It's massive. It's much bigger than I thought it would be. 4 is definitely enough. Actually, I'm a dumbass. I just remembered that I was making this area for the Dilos, not these guys.
Asset has been collected.
Shit. Did not think that through. And we got more deaths. Hang on. Oh, I figure out what I'm gonna do with my life.
Heading to collect the asset. Setting additional task. Adding to the list.
Well, how are you handling space?
I'm asking for your help on this one, not on behalf of the conservation sector, but as a personal favor.
Oh, we'll do the second generation dinosaur, because that's easy. We're just letting everybody run wild. There, it's complete. How are you handling space? Are you happy with it? Because
Knowing that you're helping to ensure the survival of such majestic animals should be reward enough. But you do also have my appreciation.
It seems that they have enough space, so I'll just snuggle up the dilos somewhere in here. If anything, that gives us more space. We could actually do 3 dinos in big enclosures back here.
Asset has been transported.
I'm on Xbox, so I don't always do the details on parks because it's a pain and lags my game. Yeah, I 1,000,000% understand that. Had the same issue on
Ladies and
PlayStation.
gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome
I like hiding the
a
feeders. Same
Homocephaly
here.
to the park.
Size nest do you need? Large? The hidden from guests is your priority.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Pachycephalosaurus to the park.
Asset has been transported.
Add a bit more cover around there to help cover that up a bit. Go. I think you should be good. Alright, let's release the others. Release the beasts! Go be sassy queens.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Therizinosaurus to the park. Pleased to welcome a Therizinosaurus to the park.
I like making more natural nests. Can't use my workshop because it's broken. Yeah, I've also had an issue with getting into the workshop because I did try like logging onto the workshop whenever I first got it because I did have the workshop account for the Jurassic World 2 and it wouldn't let me on. It just would not let me do it. So I've just been playing without the workshop. I'm gonna work on getting that fixed though because there's some really cool things in the workshop. The innovation that people have never ceases to astound me. It's a little bit tight, but I think everybody's gonna get along okay. I am so sorry, guys. Not just the theories, but you guys as well. That I completely forgot that I was making this for the Dilos, not the theories. My bad, what did I learn? Transport. It's just falling out of the sky. Sad. All the more reason to get our shit together and work on finishing everything up so we don't keep losing everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Homocephaly to the park.
Parental controls are somehow turned on. Freaking hate when that happens. I feel that I've been there. I think I'm going there. Yeah, let's do that. Let's take a pathway. We're going to connect these. I want to make it a nice, gentle, subtle connection. So, there we go.
Transportation complete.
There we go. And that gives us this area to work with. I need to get rid of this water. Alright, so it looks like the Dreadnoughtus is our biggest long neck, coming in at 15.8 meters and 65.4 tons. The Patagotitan is very close, but it is 13.4 meters and only 50 tons. So we'll add in a Dreadnoughtus. Let's check out their family group size. Any? We'll do 4.
Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation
Transportation
personnel,
complete.
please stand by. Synthesis procedure. Stand by. We are pleased to welcome a
In the air. Beginning asset delivery.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Therizinosaurus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Homocephali to the park.
The Dreadnoughtus. This herbivore's name means fears nothing, and it's so big that I believe it.
Asset to be collected.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Dreadnoughtus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Pachycephalosaurus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Dreadnoughtus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Dreadnoughtus to the park.
I would say make a mini enclosure with these little guys, because whenever I release them, the narrator did point out the fact that they would be very popular among guests because they are very funky looking and they got the little quills on the back and everything. So I think these would be a good choice. What are these called?
Psittacosaurus.
The Psittacosaurus.
Sending the drone up. Task received.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Nodosaurus to the park.
Asset transported.
Mantengan los brazos y las piernas alejados de las puertas cuando se abran y se cierren. Cada vehículo está rodeado de un cristal de oxidifluoro de aluminio y la tecnología giroscópica les mantendrá siempre derechos.
Oh, hey, dirtbag. Welcome in. It's been a hot long minute. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. It's been indeed a very long break from the internet, and you've missed a lot of the Fallout streams and stuff. But that's okay. You got plenty to catch up on. I've got everything in the playlist, all ordered in like correct order, and every single video is timestamped. You're welcome.
During most of your tour,
nice to be back, being back fit. Just talking with you was on the same day. You got a job interview. Heck yeah. Then yes, I'm sure there's luck. Good vibes your way. All the good energy. You're gonna kill it. You're gonna walk away from there and they're gonna be like, holy shit, how have we not hired them before? How have we even been running this place without them? 10 out of 10. 100%. And that was the last Megalodon. Oh no, we gotta do more megas. And who else? Who else? Oh, one of my Diplos, no. One of my second generation Diplos. Damn. This suit's getting old. Anyway, let's get in here. Oh, do I make a strawberry shortcake? Yeah, take away the T no, don't. Still has a T results search where I tried typing. Just take it away so I can see everything. I will strut my shit and they won't have a choice but to hire me based on style. Yeah, you will. There we go. It's just not the same. It's like, yeah, it's the same coloration, but it won't be her. This is pretty sick looking though. How's it look with darker red? Not noticeable. And one of the blues. I like that blue with the yellow. Is there a yellowish that will match it? Yeah. Neat. Alright, so we need to synthesize some of these. Make sure they're good before we make more batches.
Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation personnel, please stand by.
Seriously, don't get what the issue is with the controller tonight. Nothing is happening. I literally have it resting on my leg, and I'm just like barely touching it while I like move around with the D-pad to select stuff. Why? Somehow feels odd seeing a fascination I had when 12 show up in a game. I used to be obsessed with the Megalodon. Same. They're so sick. I was extremely excited to see that they had added in the Megalodons. What to do? We'll do a normalish looking one. Mostly because I'm running out of color combos. You can only remix the same 5 colors so many ways.
Synthesis procedure complete.
Using a drone.
Might actually get the game to make solely marine life-based part. I am currently obsessed with water life, current tism focus, is catfish. I like the whiskered bastards. Fuck yeah. I wholeheartedly agree with you. Catfish was one of the first fish species that I was introduced to as a child. So
We
I
are
had
pleased to welcome a megalodon to
and
the park.
I definitely highly recommend it. I will say it is one of the pricier games. It's about the average of your AAA game. But I do feel like it is actually worth it. I feel like in the time that I purchased it and the few days that I've been playing since it's been out, I've got my money's worth already. And I've barely scratched the surface. But then again, I like dinosaurs!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a megalodon to the park.
Oh, it's the zipliners. I was like, who the fuck is giggling? The zipliners going on the zipline. Now give me back. Release female first. Because dinos are matriarchal. Donna is correct. You can make a shallow lagoon. You can do little lagoon styles. You see the rocks that I have placed around the lagoon that I built here for the Megalodons. You can actually put rocks inside of the lagoon, and it'll raise the floor, and they won't go into them as long as you have collision turned on. So you can actually make a shallow lagoon doing that.
To welcome a
There's
megalodon
a
to the
good
park.
example right in there. The freaking camera never lets me do what I want when I want to. There it is. So I've got this rock right here, and they will actually swim up over this rock because of the collision turned on. So if you put rocks all along the bottom of the lagoon, it will actually raise it up and keep them constantly towards the surface. Honestly, something I probably should have done for this lagoon over here, because it's full of smaller marine life creatures, and it probably would have been easier to see them if I had lifted it up to the surface a bit more. That being said, there are so many in here that you can get a pretty good view of the marine life around here without it. Okay, let me grab that view dome, show you. They're everywhere.
Presented with a profile of an ichthyosaurus, one could easily mistake it for a prehistoric dolphin or swordfish. It is in fact neither. Rather, a supple aquatic reptile far removed from lineages of the land.
Oh, we've got a baby Dreadnoughtus. Heck yeah. So, or
Get the
we're going
drone
to
out
have a
there.
baby Dreadnoughtus. As y'all can see, I've already laid this area out. I'm going to put the Utahs in there. Or, what were they called? Utahs are the raptors. Utahs. I'm gonna put the Utahs in that one. And then this little section right here, there's enough space that this can be good for the Dilos. And I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of weighing out just putting an itty bitty little enclosure in the center here and putting some Compsognathus in there, because they're just funny little guys. I think they're so cute. Ah, shoot, I keep forgetting to put ranger posts and things. I'm why we can't have the nice things. I'm the problem.
No problem. We'll get on it.
Who died? Oh, it's one of my Diplos. Sad. But they didn't die alone.
Acknowledging asset collection
It's
request.
impossible. Alright, so let me get to work on getting the Utahs set up over here. We need to rock down this fence line right here. And I'm gonna scoot the hatchery. I'm just gonna take the hatchery and scoot it over so that it's on this corner
Ladies and
instead.
gentlemen, we are
Hopefully,
pleased to
I don't
welcome
think
a
this should
Dreadnoughtus
block it.
to
It
the
should
park.
be okay.
Asset transportation
If
underway.
it needs to, it can go down here. I'm gonna put the hatchery on this instead. I'm gonna pause the game. That the deaths stop. In Australia, base game price is 80 and deluxe is 108. South Africa, the base game is 47 and deluxe is 58. Not bad. I think for me it was either 63. I think it was 63 or 73. I think it might have been 63. I did not remember the deluxe price because I don't really, very rarely will I look at getting a deluxe version of any game. Red Dead 2 and like Death Stranding 2, games that I've already am certain I'm very fond of and will genuinely enjoy the deluxe stuff from. Though, I'm not gonna lie, there's a possibility I might end up doing an upgrade because I am very much enjoying Jurassic World Evolution. Hi Steph, welcome in, hope you're doing well. I need to hydrate. Y'all do too. It's actually, we're at the 2-hour mark. We should do a break. It's not fully complete, but we'll ride the gyrosphere that's going through the Dreadnoughtus exhibit. How do I get a wall to stay the same angle? So, if you are using scenery walls, let me just select one. Hold, edit height, rotate. I can't see all my settings down here. I mean, you know how to get your walls rotated and angled and everything like that. So once you get it done, I'm pretty sure you're able to hit, an editing group. And it should duplicate what you have, the angle of it and everything alongside of that, and keep it. So like if I put one up here, it'll keep that. So once you've got your angle set up, it should just save it once you're moving along the grid. But what you can do is that once you've got what you want set up, like a small portion of it, and you want to make multiples of it, you can select the group and then duplicate it, and you can move that along the grid as well, or you can move it regularly. Here it is. Local. Changing the axis toggle, snap, speed control, rotating that way. Same thing here. And it should just duplicate everything once you've got it set. At least I've never not had it duplicate. Anyways, quick break. Dreadnoughtus gyrosphere. If you need to, please go ahead, get up, stretch, grab a snack, grab a drink, stay hydrated or dehydrated. In the meantime, ride the ride. I'll unpause the game first. Oh, I see. I was like, what is it doing? I'm trying to switch the camera. It's switching me along the balls instead, so... Ride park tour. Not this one. I want to be right out the gate! There it is. There we go. Be free!
Although our gyroscopic technology greatly minimizes the impact of turbulent terrain, it is still important that you keep your seatbelts fastened at all times. The gyroscopic technology will keep you upright at all times, so you've got nothing to worry about.
I'm talking, but we're still on a break for right now. If you ignore... What is it, Siggy? Oh, goodness. If you ignore the dying dinosaurs
Although our
and the
gyroscopic
dinosaurs not checked
technology
up on,
greatly
it's so
minimizes the
peaceful.
impact of turbulent terrain, it is still important that you keep your seatbelts fastened at all times.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome Diplodocus to the park.
Although our gyroscopic technology greatly minimizes the impact of turbulent terrain, it is still important that you keep your seatbelts fastened at all times.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Suiika to the park.
The gyroscopic technology will keep you upright at all times, so you've got nothing to worry about.
I totally understand the panic. The rangers kind of fly around in their vehicles absolutely insanely. They do not care. They run people over, they smack into dinosaurs, they run off of things. I run in a panic too. But it's amazing how small they are in comparison to their parents. So we come up to around knee height on them.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Sauropelta to the park.
how do I change the size and how high the piece is? So for me, because I'm using a controller, when it comes to like the actual height itself, I hold square and just move it up and down. When it comes to sizing, I'm sure there's a way for me to get into this without going into like a grouping situation, but because part of my controls are actually blocked down here and I can't see them, so I don't know what to do. But when you come in here to edit and group and you click on this, let's do advanced move, and when you pull up this little menu right here that allows you to actually go from regular movement to advanced movement, it will be over here at the very far side of settings, and you can scale it. And once you've gotten it scaled to size and done what you want, you can just duplicate it and move it from there. Yeah. sitting here like trying out the different controls to see if I can't figure out how to resize it without having to go into the editing group thing, but I genuinely can't figure out how to do it. So I would like this, but smaller. Oh, just click on it, advanced move. I'm gonna set it right here for now, and then whenever I move the hatchery, I'll scoot it over to where I want it to, but I want to have like a little window. Spending way too much time on this rocking. But it's fun! That's part of the fun. Let me see what I can do here. I know you probably get asked this a ton, might be annoying by now. No, you're fine. How was the plan for the Discord going when I was on it last? It was a thought in progress type of situation. I'm still working on it. It's one of those things that I'm going to be just fully honest with y'all. My ADHD brain, which is autistic combined with ADHD, means that I can barely get shit done. I barely live. So when I say I'm working on it, I mean mentally I am aware that this is something that I need to do, but I'm not going to set aside time specifically to do it, which would be the correct thing to do, because for some reason my brain is just, it's one of those things where it is understanding of the concept that that is the right thing to do, to set aside time and do it, but it won't allow me to actually physically do that. So, when I say I'm working on it, I mean, I have it, like, in terms of setup, I've got it set up, I have a Discord ready, and I have Ippy Jesus and Jimmy added on as mods. I am genuinely looking into, I've been going through Discord forums and trying to find, like, a good bot, because I need a bot to vet people as they're coming in, so that way when people come in, it's going to ask you a little question, something very simple, like, what do I say every time we go on break? And, like, fill in the blank, going on break, get your snacks, get your drinks, stay blank or dehydrated. You know, if you even slightly watch my videos, you will have heard that phrase at some point. Can complete it, join in. Something along those lines is what I'm looking for. But I do actually I have mentally prepared and decided that the next time that I have a day where I don't stream for some reason, like I don't feel well or whatever the reasoning is, I will get it done. I have decided to start doing that. The last time, I can't remember if it was like right before Little Nightmares or something, but I was supposed to stream, and then I didn't stream at all. I had said I was going to, and then I didn't. But I spent the day cleaning the house. I got all the laundry in the house done. I swept and mopped the floors. I cleaned up after the cats and got everybody taken care of. I cleaned and scrubbed water bowls and food bowls. I cleaned the house, so I did something else. So I've decided that from now on, if I don't want to stream, I still have to do something else. So the next time I decide I'm not going to stream, I'm gonna get the Discord done. When that will be, who knows? The days hit me as random. But that is the current plan. Thank you for asking. Been a good amount of time and almost finished the enclosure. Just need to add rocks and plants. Nice. Me too. I also have ADHD and autism. Sucks, doesn't it? It's such a pain in the ass. You want structure, but you also don't like structure. You want change, but you hate change. You want to be productive, but also you hate being productive. It's literally physically fighting your brain every single day. And it's such an annoyance and an energy drain. That's the biggest thing that I feel like a lot of people don't talk about that. The energy drain that it takes just mentally fighting yourself to do one small thing. Something that for a lot of people isn't even a big deal. They're just like, how can you possibly... I personally know people that genuinely have said to my face, how could you possibly struggle with something like that? It's so easy. What do you mean it takes energy to do laundry? And I'm like, it takes a massive amount of energy. Not just mental, but physical. I am exhausted every single time I swap out the loads or anything like that. It actually physically hurts me sometimes. I wish I could fully explain it to you in a way that you would understand. But your brain doesn't work the way mine does, so we experience things differently. And they're just like, well, that doesn't make any sense, because I'm okay with it. We should legalize slapping people if they say something excessively offensive, or if they're just not getting the point. Not like a hard slap, just a light little tap across the cheek of, dude, listen to what I'm saying. Gonna figure, yeah, I'm gonna take the rocks to there. And I'll stop at that point. All of my labels have to face forward in the kitchen, and my money faces the same way, my wallet. I'm not too much on the labels thing, but that's mostly because of the current seasoning setup I have, where I only see the tops of them anyway when I'm looking down, so it is what it is. But if I was able to actually look at them in a cabinet, I would 100%, everything's facing forward, and I'm the same way with money in my wallet. All the faces have to be facing the same way, they have to be right side up, and then they go from most to least. That was something my dad taught me, is put your biggest bill in the middle. It's the little quirks that make our days slightly more interesting. Man, I wish I hadn't gotten a haircut yesterday. I just pulled my hand up to go through my hair, and the lack of sensation threw me for a loop. Yeah, I've been there before. I went from, I think it was like mid-back length hair, and then I shaved it all off. Because I could. Zero regrets. Have to tempt myself every now and then to not do it again. Just because I can. I have it cut like way up to my shoulders now. Easier maintenance. Just long enough to braid and get out of the way. Not long enough to overheat me in the summer. That's the main important thing. I can make a connection here. Alright, I think that's good enough. Oh, gate. Ranger post. And we need a viewing spot. Set up the pathway. Stop resetting at the small, please. Thank you. Boop. I mean this in the politest way possible, dirtbag. Your father sounds like a dick. But I'm just a petty ass bitch. So don't mind me. Alright. I think we are ready to introduce the Utes. That way we can start working on their environment around them. Ah, stop doing that. I'm just existing. No, I pressed the wrong button. It's me. I why we can't have nice things. I will take advantage of it to look to see if they have the possibility of aggressiveness or anything like that. Intolerant.
Personnel, please
All right.
stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Psittacosaurus to the park.
I don't know what it is, but I will not stop until it's perfect, and sometimes someone will say it doesn't look good, so I have to... I have to tempt myself to not throw them over any railings. I feel that. Sometimes it's just you keep looking at it and you're like, no, this could be added, this could be added. I do that too, which is why I tend to hover above the park at a distance. If I can't see the small things, they won't bother me. My T-Rex won't shut up. Yeah, that's a small issue of the T-Rexes, is that they are very, very loud and very, very vocal, which, you know, big chickens, makes sense. So usually once I've gotten them placed down into their enclosure, I very quickly move on as fast as possible to get away from them, so that way I'm not constantly listening to them screeching. Nice. I'm glad that you finished your enclosure for the little guy and the little piss taco. That is an accurate one. I am from everywhere and nowhere all the time. I exist, and I am here. But I also, if like, I don't give specifics, but I will say I live in a country that is currently falling apart at the seams right now. It's not great. Like, here's a fun fact for you. This genuine fun fact. Here's a fun fact. A blue whale's shit weighs around 45, was it tons or thousands of pounds? Let me double check that. But it is still the second biggest shit in comparison to the current country leader. Blue whale shit weight. Google is so tired of my ass. Upwards of 200 liters of waste in one bowel movement. If somebody wants to weigh that, their choice. Ah, you're from Australia. You got some very lovely wildlife down there. Mildly terrifying. Excessively terrifying. Your wildlife is terrifying, but it's so interesting, and I would genuinely love to visit and study one day. Stop disconnecting. I'm literally not even moving. You are sitting in one solid location and not moving at all. You're just throwing a fit to throw a fit. Kind of like that. And then want to do either the yellow or the red. More orange than red. I like the purple nose on that when it gives it the kind of the black striping too. It's pretty nice. We'll do that.
Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation personnel, please stand by.
I'm just sitting here. I'm just sitting here. Why? Deselect. Incubate. And we'll go ahead and release the first ones while those incubate.
The feathered tyrant. Eutyrannus. Now this tyrannosaur ruffled a few feathers when it was first discovered. The overwhelming reaction was excitement though. Just as I'm excited to see this animal in person now. It's amazing.
pleased to welcome a Eutyrannus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Syntausaurus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Microceratus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Dreadnoughtus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Tapajara to the park.
Alright, I think I'm pretty happy with that. Next, we'll put in our dilos over here. And then we'll finish off. I'm going to throw in... I have decided I'm going to put in a little Compsognathus enclosure just right here. They're itty bitty. Is JWE3 better than 2? Good question. I would say yes. There are a lot of... It's not like it's going to be a major change. It's one of those things where you wouldn't go from Jurassic World 2 to 3 and go, oh wow, that's such a huge difference. It's like a time skip of a dozen years in terms of game style and quality. They're very close in quality. The changes are small, but they're really meaningful changes. Like the way the dinosaurs path through everything in comparison to what they did in the second and first games. The way that the different choices of tours and attractions that you can do. Like we have this one that runs through the river. We have the ones that go through the air, the zip lines, all that kind of stuff. We've got some new dinosaurs as well. I love that there's new dinosaur stylings. They're much more detailed because we've got new information. Every single year we get new information on possibilities of what dinosaurs looked like as we look through and find more bones and archaeological discoveries. And they do mimic that in the game where they keep up to times with, hey, this is what's recently discovered, so we'll change our dinosaurs to match that. But they also give you the option to switch back to the old styling of dinosaur if that's something you prefer instead, which is very meaningful and nice. It's one of those things where it's not going to be like a major difference. They're small things, but I do think they're worthwhile things. If you're somebody that's never purchased any of the Jurassic World games at all, yeah, just start with 3. Save up for it, wait for it to go on sale, but I would go straight for 3 in that case. Yeah. One second, getting some water. What should my next dino be? Diplodocus, if you don't already have it. If you do... do a Dimetrodon. It's that little four-legged guy with the big fan on the back. Alright, need to go interview time. Have a nice stream. Okie dokie, dirtbag. Thank you so very much for stopping in. I hope you have a wonderful day and the best of luck. You are going to kill it in your interview. I fully believe in you. You got this. Yes. Good day. Thank you for stopping in. Bye. But yeah, Diplodocus if you haven't, Dimetrodon if you have. This is something I will actually work on getting done with Ippy Jesus tomorrow, is we'll look at seeing what the hell is going on and why the controller keeps disconnecting. If it's an easy fix, we'll get it done. If not, I do have the Bluetooth capability thing, like I have the little stick to make it a Bluetooth. I'll just switch it over to that. Honestly, probably should have done that already, because I don't know what the issue is anymore at this point. I think that what's weirdest about the disconnecting from the controller is that it's doing it during the most subtle times. Like, I am actually... Right now? There it is. I'm like, right now, while I'm talking to you, I am shaking my controller. I'm actively shaking it. Can you hear me shaking it? I am shaking the controller. It is not disconnecting. It is disconnecting when I'm doing, like, really subtle things, like just barely touching the camera to move it around or something like that. That's why I can't figure out what the issue is with it. If it's like a cable thing, or if it's the port for it, something like that. Because it doesn't make sense why it's choosing to disconnect when it does. And what does that sound? Hi, Ziggy, baby. Sweetie. Get away from your dad's PC, please. Do not chew on that wire, sir. Don't you wow me. I have told you many times that you're not to go over there. You're not to mess with the wires. Don't be a naughty child. I know you're smarter than that. Don't make me get back up. Don't go back over there. He's gonna keep me on my toes. What is going on with my camera? Why is it stuck like this? Where's my stuff at? Hello? Oh, it keeps turning the replacing thing on, that's why. Alright, there we go. I feel like I'm forgetting something over here. We put a nest in. They have a nest. They have ranger posts hooked up, and they have gates, so I don't know why the rangers aren't getting to them. They're just freaking lazy, to be honest. Don't bother your brother. He's sitting so nicely. Siggy. I can't even get onto him that much because Munchkin did the same thing to everybody else in the house of just going up to them while they were comfy and bothering them because he wanted to play. And then not taking no for an answer. Sucks, doesn't it, you little shit? How's it feel? I call Dimetros cave gremlins yeah, they are cave gremlins. Oh yeah, I heard about the complaints because of the gay couple in Jurassic World Camp, Camp Jurassic World, which is super stupid, because, like, I stand by this when it comes to, like, we can't have gay stuff on TV or in movies because that's going to influence our kids. You want to know what influenced my bias? You want to know the first celebrity or crush in general that I had on another human being, where I looked at somebody and I went, oh my gosh, they're gorgeous. I feel funny looking at them. Was, shoot, what is her, I can never remember her fucking name. But if you've ever watched the movie Christmas Vacation, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, there's a woman in a red bikini that jumps into the pool in that movie. What was her name? Nicolette Scorsese. That's her. Nicolette Scorsese in Christmas Vacation, in that red bathing suit when she jumped, that scene where she jumps into the pool there. I was like 6 years old or something like that watching it, and I was just immediately like, Wow. I'm in love. I was gay before anything else. The very first, any slight lustful attractiveness feeling that I had was towards a woman. And I had never, not once, seen a gay couple on TV, in real life, much less lesbian or bi. I did not know about that or actually physically see it until I was like, it varies, so like 12 to 13 for the gays, and I saw my first lesbian couple at 17, and I finally started actually seeing representation of bisexuality and accepting that when I was like 20 or so. So I personally, I do not get the issue of it, because it doesn't matter. It genuinely doesn't. It didn't matter to me. Didn't matter to a bunch of others that I know that are LGBTQ. It doesn't fucking matter. They don't care. Oh, we never released this guy. I am so sorry. Poor guy. What is your cartoon crush? Oh, I have so many. Let me try to think of an appropriate one. I will say, I think the first... yeah, if we're going with, like, first cartoon crush that I had, Raven from Teen Titans. And Starfire, but the Starfire thing, it's the same thing with all, just being honest, when it comes to me, personally, with redheads, is they're very attractive to me. Absolutely love to look at them. But something about them and me, we do not click. Every single redhead that I have met, there is something there that grates the air between us. And the longer I spend time with them, the more it gets and grows till eventually we fight each other in some way, shape, or form. So, I can't mix with redheads, unfortunately. But they're beautiful and I love to look at them. So I like Starfire to look at, but Raven in terms of like, oh my gosh. Ah. I think she was the one that started me on my goth girl thing. I really love goth girls. I love thick women. I love thick goth women. And I have no shame. I am who I am, and that's okay. Oh, and I like It Be Jesus. And Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds, he's pretty attractive, but I like his wife more. Blake Lively. Ugh. Roger Rabbit's wife. Oh, shoot, what's her name? Jessica Rabbit. Yes, very beautiful. Another one, very beautiful to look at. Like to look at her, love to listen to her speak. I love how much respect and love she has for Roger. That's another very attractive thing about her. But, redheads. Mine was Astrid from How to Train Your Dragon. Ooh, very good choice. I really like how strong-willed she is. I love that she's always there to get Hiccup in line and like smack him over the back of the head and be like, hey, remember, you can do this. You know exactly what you're doing. You are capable. I love that about her. Also, I like her style. What were we doing? Dilos. I need to get like a little cape that I can like put on here in my VTuber model, and we could do like a little, what is that called? Where they like cape. And they're like, oh, I totally do this person cape. We could do one of those. Dilos. I keep getting distracted. For the Scorpius Rex. You mean the Abomination? I don't even, like, I haven't even fully remembered it, but I'm pretty sure that's what you're talking about. Yeah, this thing? The Abomination? Absolutely not. To be fully honest, I'm not very comfortable having the Spinoceratops in my park, Like, they're very cool looking and they bring in a lot of appeal. But I'm really not a big fan of them. There are some things in nature that don't need to be messed with. This is a great example. What is this? What is this creature? It wasn't found. Okay. I'm like, what if I'm just making fun of an actual creature? But yeah, I can't do it because every time I look at them, my brain just goes, abomination. It should not exist. It does not need to be here. And I can't. Alright, let's get these dilos done. Dupe. All the way, turn. All the way, turn. Down. God's almighty. Do we have any pretty colors? Like really pretty, like stands out, makes you go, ooh. That is actually pretty sick looking, I guess. 2022 Dilo. Ooh, the males are pretty. There it is. Fancy males. No, I pressed the wrong button. I was getting distracted. Because I can't tell if that's Munchkin or Ziggy that's meowing and being sad. They're just, whoever it is being super pitiful. Oh, that scared me. I was like, what are we releasing? I would love to see a live dino, though I think humans aren't wise enough to mess with that type of stuff. That's the thing, is that humans are not wise enough to not know to mess with that. That is something that is currently being worked on. Not bringing back dinosaurs, but bringing back extinct animals in general, which is good for some things because there are some animals that would actually be useful to our ecosystem to bring back. However, human greed. Greed is the #1 issue with so many of the things. They would bring back an herbivore or two, and then they would go, okay, so we have a park full of herbivores, but, you know, carnivores would really bring in more money. Or there'd be the chance of somebody privately paying to have a carnivore created so that they could have it for a private collection of some sort or something like that. It would happen one way or another because of greed. So hopefully we're not too successful with bringing back dinos, because I want mammoths, I want herbivores. Bring me the long necks and the cute little herbivores. Bring me a Pachysaurus. But no, we won't get that because we can't have nice things. It's showing me the male and I'm looking for the female. There we go. Have you watched SML? I don't. I have not. Not that I believe so. I'm gonna be honest, my autistic brain rewatches the same, like, 10 shows on repeat. And I'm okay with that. Why are we not synthesizing? Nothing's paused. Oh, there it is.
Ladies and
It was
gentlemen,
paused.
we are pleased to welcome the Dinosaurs to the park. Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation personnel, please stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Dryosaurus to the park.
Oh, the Dilophosaurus is a fascinating animal. Of course, we'll never know if its impressive neck frill and venom-spitting ability were traits of the dinosaur itself, or side effects of filling in gaps of the original genome. Either way, it's surprises like that that make being a paleoecologist a pure joy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Dilophosaurus to the park. gentlemen, we have added a new viewing gallery, ready for you to observe our magnificent animals. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Eutyrannus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Psittacosaurus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Dilophosaurus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Plesiosaurus to the park.
I'm realizing after having done this that it probably would be easier to just lay down the fencing first and then flatten, because then I can flatten it up to a certain point and not risk the pathways. Learn as we go. But I'm gonna flatten down, goodness me, I'm gonna flatten down the Pompey's enclosure a little bit and lower it a bit because they are so tiny. I feel like it'd be easier to look down and see them running around through the grass than just looking into the horizon and trying to spot them.
to the park.
Picking up asset. Asset. Transportation in progress.
Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation personnel, please stand by.
Assets in the air. Asset transportation in progress.
Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation person. Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation personnel, please stand by.
This dinosaur has a bite much worse than its size suggests. The Compsognathus should never be underestimated, though I fear it often is. Let's make sure we educate the world about the reality of animals like this one.
Itty bitty! They're little finger biters.
There are no unimportant tasks. Small problems can snowball if they're not dealt with. So let's get on this now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Compsognathus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an Ornithomimus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Compsognathus to the park.
Mission accomplished. And the debriefing is nice and straightforward on this one. You did great work.
Those are the ones in the first movie, small and hunting packs. It is! Also, look at how they are so small, all you can see is their little splashes running around. They're itty bitty. This is too much space even for them. Let's add we could chuck a couple more in there. How do I duplicate and rotate? Click on the item that you want to duplicate and rotate. So let's say this, or let me find a singular one, singular rock. Click on it. When you have this little box down here, advanced move, advanced rotate, you can go through, cycle through these, and that will allow you to rotate them. And then you can go back over. And once you've placed it, you can hit this and you can duplicate it up here. Yeah. Let me throw in some nests for the comp seat. Let me get their place taken care of real quick. Find them.
and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an Attenborosaurus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Nodosaurus to the park. Incubation complete. Prepare asset for release. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Eutyrannus to the park. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Compsognathus to the park.
have one of them as a pet. It would definitely be very tempting to have a compy as a pet. They're so freaking cute. They're just little babies. Yeah, I understand they could swarm me in multiples, so I won't have multiples. I'll just have the one, and occasionally he'll bite my ankle. And it'll be cute. Little criminal. I'm making a lagoon Sydney Opera House style. Sick. Very nice. All the space they have to explore. And they want to be directly where I am trying to place things. Never fails. Oh shit. I just realized what time it was. I need to go and wake up it be Jesus for the morning. Real quick. Where's that dead dinosaur? Get it out of here. Yeet. Alright, let me put y'all on the gyrosphere ride. You're riding the hadrosaur ride. That's my favorite so far.
We are pleased to welcome a Dinosaurus to the...
Enjoy yourselves. I will be right back.
The gyrosphere is an amazing machine, made possible by science. Your safety is our main concern, which is why you're behind our invisible barrier system. The gyroscopic technology will keep you upright at all times, so you've got nothing to worry about. For added protection, each vehicle is surrounded by aluminum oxynitride glass. So tough, it can stop a .50 caliber bullet. The gyroscopic technology will keep you upright at all times, so you've got nothing to worry about. The gyroscopic technology will keep you upright at all times, so you've got nothing to worry about. With the aid of their all-terrain 4x4 vehicles, the ranger teams are able to cover the vast majority of the park site. These hardy vehicles deal superbly with rugged terrain, shallow water bodies, and dense foliage. The gyroscopic technology will keep you upright at all times, so you've got nothing to worry about. The gyrosphere is an amazing machine, made possible by science. Your safety is our main concern, which is why you're behind our invisible barrier system. The gyrosphere is an amazing machine, made possible by science. Your safety is our main concern, which is why you're behind our invisible...
This next objective will help us continue supporting dinosaurs. A noble goal deserves maximum focus, as I'm sure you'll agree.
En route to collect the asset. Transporting asset. Transportation underway.
Brilliant work. There's a reason we all rely on your expertise.
Oh my gosh, the comps already had babies. How tiny are they? Oh, he's so little. It's so cute. I need one of the adults so I can see the size difference. Oh my goodness, they're half the size. They're even tinier. Hang on. I want to get down here in first person view and see what this looks like. Oh my gosh, they really are ankle biters.
Ladies and gentlemen, We are pleased to welcome a pteranodon to the park.
I can try to name one, but no guarantee. Reason being is that my keyboard is also connected to my VTuber and OBS stuff. So I can't use one without messing up the other. Echo. Alright. Well, that worked at least. Alright, well, we got officially all of our dinosaur enclosures in that I want to, because I'm leaving this space right here for attractions and stuff. So all that's left to do is finish up with decorating. Hi, Ziki baby. Oh, okay, there you go. Running away. That's fine. That's okay. That happens. Is this... Oh, right. The terrain doesn't actually go there. Yeah. So we're going to decorate everything and fill in the rest of the space, and my Megas, Minis, and more build will be done. My first Sandbox build will be complete, which is a great thing, because I already have ideas for the next Sandbox build. Tiki, what are you doing, baby? 1 second. Does the attraction come with binoculars? That's a great question, Steph. Actually, you got me thinking now. If there's going to be binoculars or sightseeing glasses of any kind, they'll probably be in props. So let me take a quick look. I guarantee I won't miss them, because I was looking for cages earlier and I completely went right by them, and there they are right there, cages. Electrical wouldn't be that. Facility props, maybe? Doesn't look like it, but give the modders a chance. Up here in the prop section, you'll see this, the primitives thing, which is literally just blocks and shapes. And they also have modules. Oh, the modules, maybe I didn't check that. Paddock hatchery, water tower, vehicle bay. So this is just like extra things to add in for decor. Okay, it doesn't look like it. But give some of the modders time. I can definitely see them making one, because there is the stuff. I was noticing that there is the stuff in here to make those kinds of binoculars where you can sightsee using this straight pipe right here. It's even the perfect height. Maybe add a little bit more. Like this. Let me see. Yeah, maybe take this maybe a little bit taller, so like add another one underneath it. And then they could go in here with the modules and they could shape out binoculars to put on the edges of them. And then create the blueprint and put the blueprint in the workshop for others to use. And if you're wondering, well, why don't you do that, Sky? Because I am not that talented. But I appreciate the thought. I can't figure out how to get it added, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to fill in the rest of it with shrubbery and foliage anyway. Is it weird that I don't eat anything like steak or red meat, but my iron levels are fine? Nope. Biology varies per person. Chemistry, makeup, and balance, and all that fun stuff. That's why some of us get like super sickly whenever we drink milk, and some of us don't. Finish a custom natural lagoon for dunks. Nice. Heck yeah. I'm sure they greatly appreciate that. Their little dumpy faces. Alright. We're almost there. Slowly but surely. Making our way through the park, walking fast, but not too fast, 'cause there is a shark somewhere in the dark. It's a megalodon. It will get you. I should stop singing this song before copyright. We got everything else covered, by the looks of it. We went through this path, we got around here, got all this, we got that. Let's add in our little trees. Have you played Subnautica, and will you play the next one? I have indeed played Subnautica. I actually even streamed it. I have a whole Subnautica playlist where we did Subnautica and Subnautica Below Zero. And I will most definitely 100% be playing the next Subnautica game if and when it comes out. I'm extremely excited about it. I love the Subnautica games. It was actually something that I used to help kind of put myself through therapy with submechanophobia, which is fear of large sunken objects underwater. For me, in particular, man-made objects that don't belong there, like a plane is supposed to be in the sky, it should not be underwater. It genuinely gave me panic attacks and anxiety attacks when I would witness it, even in a game. So I played Subnautica as a way to get over that, because you can't be scared of the giant spaceship that is sunken into the water or the life pods that are at the bottom of the sea when there are much scarier things in there alive with you. 10 out of 10, do recommend. Play Subnautica if you haven't yet. Also, man, my VTuber model is just lagging all over the place. But it is what it is. I think the park is done. Currently sitting at a park rating of 5 with everything because that I think it's just automatic with my Sandbox settings, but we're making a profit of 3.5 million per minute. We have a guest count currently of over 18,000 people, a total appeal of 143,000, which is great. Infrastructure maintenance is fine. Everything looks to be reading for the most part very good. It's showing that my food, drink, and gift coverage is only half of what's required, and to be fair, if I really wanted to go all out and fill this up correctly, I would do more small drink and food amenities throughout the park and to kind of dot them around, because that's what they're looking for with that. But I don't care that much. Our expenses, however, are only $91,704, so that's actually not bad at all. It's pretty good.
I'd appreciate your help on this next objective. I can't promise that it'll be easy, but the most important things rarely are.
I can't think of anything else that I want to do in this park. Starting from the entrance all the way back here. We split off into two different sides of the park. You can go either way around the mountainsides. But the very first thing that I put in was Diplodocus. Or actually, the very first thing I put in was the lagoon, where I put in Strawberry Shortcake, my Megalodon. Then I put in the Diplodocus. And then my minis. Then the Spinos, which we have went through so many. We have seen so many deaths. What's in this? Oh, I never released the other Velociraptors. Oh no.
Heading to collect the asset.
Poor things. But I've got my Tyrant Trio over here. We've got the raptor paddocks filled with all different kinds of raptors. We have the other lagoon that's full of dead fish. Don't worry about it. Don't look at it. It doesn't matter.
Collecting asset. Heading to pick up the asset.
See, it's fine. We have the Hadrosaurs children. We have the very large Hadrosaur exhibit that is absolutely filled to the brim with Hadrosaurs. It is... It's a mess in here.
Releasing the drone.
Honestly, the fact that the game can run this is it's just amazing. We have our herbivore families, chickens, spikies, tanks, and packies. We have our Mosasaurus tank lagoon. We have the berry things. Little creepy dudes that you don't want hunting you in the night, even though they're herbivores. We've got the Utyrannus, and they've got some babies already too running around here looking super cute. Love that for them. Rangers are starting to slack because they're getting pulled in many different directions and they're struggling. We have the Dreadnoughtus and their little babies. They're all looking super good, super beautiful. We have the Dilos in here running around. They also have already had babies. Honestly, the fact that every single place has babies in it is just such a great sign. Shows that you're running a good park. And of course, last but certainly not least, the little Compsognathuses. Little compies. Running around there.
Transportation.
He has them all. The meat is bigger than them. So cute. We've got 2 balloon tours. I have a Hyperloop transport that goes all the way around the park. We've got hotels, eateries, zip lines, gyrosphere tours. I think all in all, this turned out to be a very good park. More babies. Pretty sure that's 3rd generation. Nothing but babies. But yeah, I'm really happy with how this came out. Give me 1 quick second. I'm going to run through the hatchery real quick and just get a walk on if what I want to do, my idea for my next park, if that's what I actually want to do. And of course, you'll be joining me for that. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. So, next park plan is actually to do an all herbivore park. I've done this before where I've done all herbivores, all carnivores, all pescivores. I was originally just going to do an all long neck park, but there's only 7 long neck species, and I don't feel like that's quite enough to fill up an island park. So, instead, we will do an all herbivore park. And we'll fit all of the herbivores in. Some of them will be in family dynamic groups if they can be. Others will be kept to themselves. Like, I'm going to give all the long necks their own place to be in and kept separate so that they can run wild. I love the long necks. I want them to be free and do what they want to do. But yeah, that'll be the idea for the next part is, herbaceous? Is that the word I'm looking for? Herbaceous herbivores? But for now, I believe we are done here with our Megas, Minis, and More park. I'm very happy with what I've gotten done. This all came together really nicely. Trying to see if I can't get a camera angle that encapsulates the whole park really well. There we go. Alright. Well then. I'm really happy with what we managed to get done. I may not have felt that great for the stream, and it's been a man night for me. But we made great progress in the fact that we actually finished out this build. I'm very happy with it. Let me see how many hours in total it took me to finish this out. 12 hours, 55 minutes, so just short of 13 hours to flesh out an island in Sandbox with excessive settings. Alright. Well then. I guess that's it. For now. If you spent time here today with me, Sky, here in Jurassic World Evolution 3, then thank you also very, very much for taking the time out of your day and spending it here with me. I greatly appreciate you doing so. If you have to go to work or go home from work, please be very, very careful. Like I said, next stream, we're going to do one of two things. We'll either do Little Nightmares 2 or Jurassic World Evolution 3. I'm trying to get Little Nightmares 2 done. That's what I was wanting to stream tonight. But, like I said, I did not feel well enough. Hopefully tomorrow night I will be feeling better. We can do a Little Nightmares 2 playthrough. And based on what I've been reading, it will be another one where it's just like the Little Nightmares game where we can play the whole thing in one stream. So that'll be fun. Do a full game. A little scary thing. And yeah, I hope to see you all there for that. But for now, I hope you all have a very wonderful day. I thank you so very much for joining me. And I will see you all next time. Goodbye!
usted